Where we are here and there. Okay, I think we're here. Hello, hello, hello. So, it's Thursday. You have entered Pia's Creative Corner. My name is Pia, and today we're going to do some diamond painting and maybe some scratch board. We're gonna see how it goes with the streaming and all that. I have it's hopefully it's nothing that's anything to do with you, but I got a new monitor, so uh, I have been doing a bit move things around, and I'm trying to do the stream using the OBS today and see how that goes, and try and see how the monitors are acting together. Hello there, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see here. And I'm just gonna go with the stats. There you go. Okay, this seems to work. Gotta move that a bit. There. Oops. So how are you doing today, Ula? How have your week been? Okay. So, but there shouldn't be any difference for you watching the stream. It's just me and all the techniques behind. Oh, you have had the week off so far, and you're going to work on Saturday. Oh, that's nice. That's not bad. Having a bit of a small holiday. So, I'm just getting the things ready. I'm not behind per se, but it has been a bit of a busy day, a busy week. So, hello, heroes and our diamonds. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. How are you? How your week been? Hey, Gina. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you guys are well, doing okay. I'm trying just to get my pulse down again and get things settled here. And try and figure out where I was last and how. Hey, Binge. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Oh, and you did make a post earlier. I actually did see it and then I didn't see it, you know? Oh, Bench. Hope you're doing okay. So I'm going to work on this today. I was working on it the last week, and of course I'm gonna work on this today too. I hope I'm gonna finish my scratch board. The one I started last week where I didn't know. everybody on. Glad to see you and the girls. Oh, you're always welcome here, Bench. You know that. We're just happy to have you here, and you're just gonna stay here as long as you can and want to, and all that, all that jazz. I just got a new monitor in here, an old new one, so it's a it's a whole new view for me. So actually, I have my small monitor on my laptop, and then I have a bigger monitor behind. So I have two monitors now, and that is absolutely amazing. Before I forget, the prize for this month is a DAC gift voucher. Keep forgetting to mention it. Well, we're not, the month hasn't gone yet, so it's all good. It's all good, Bench. But that's a good call. That's a good call. Then everyone will be able to be a part of it, no matter if you are international or local. So that's a good call. So, oops. Let's see. Yeah. And I need to remember to tell you that, because a couple have mentioned it this past week, that because I'm talking when I'm on other streams, I talk about another picture I'm doing, the snow dragon, and I keep forgetting that that it's not something everyone is seeing. I think I'm gonna show next week, because then I will be a bit further on it. So, but it's going very well with it, and it is an amazing picture working on. But this is two, so it's not just that one. I'm gonna go with this one here. So, and it is Thursday today, and I am actually having tomorrow off work, but I am going to get blood drawn and stuff like that. So, and I have a very early appointment tomorrow. Not very, but I have an early appointment tomorrow doing that. So, it's not gonna be very much past midnight. Yeah, I have got this one, but DAC are going to sponsor other events I have planned with vouchers, so very thankful. Oh, amazing, bitch. That is so good. That is actually very nice. So we're just gonna see if these will work so far. I'm not gonna change anything yet. This music is bothering me. Hang on. Yeah, that's better. That's better. I just reached out to the custom service, and they were really good about it. All don't ask, don't get, right? Yeah. That's true. That's so true. Don't go anywhere. So, just gonna take you here. See, like this, and then we're gonna move the camera a bit closer. Like this. Oops. Hang on. I was talking with my husband earlier today, and we were talking about um, how to get to put another setup together where I will have a bit of better camera angle on my camera, and maybe something from above instead of the arm I'm having at the moment. Just because I sometimes think it's a bit hard to, get it to show the things right. So I'm just gonna move this a bit. So yeah, that's better. Okay. I might be working a bit off camera, but we will see how it goes. So, um, nothing dramatic has happened this week. Happy to link some things from Amazon for you on Discord later if you want. Oh yeah, once it fits the cam. Oh, you can do that. All sorts of inspiration are always welcome, I think. Um, I'm sorry, I should have done this before I went online, but yeah, I didn't. You will have to live with me moving things around a bit today. Um, my week so far has been okay. I have good news. My husband actually got work. He's gonna start a new work Monday, so that is amazing news. I think. And it is a bit of a karma thing, you could say, because the new employer he's going to work for is actually um, has actually contract with his old employer, so he's gonna work the same. He's gonna have the same things to do, and he's gonna work physical the same place. So he will be meeting the manager who fired him. So yeah, that's something, and we're moving along with the case with the union. So that's also great. Um, that's great news. Yeah, it is great news. Ula, congratulations. Good to hear. It is amazing. It is amazing. It brings you some kind of ease and calmness over a lot of things. Congratulations, awesome. Yeah, it is awesome. And his I was gonna say something and now I forgot. Completely forgot. It will come to me. So, oh yeah, so that means that we're gonna pick up his new car, work car, Monday. So I'm gonna drive him to work Monday. Um, I had hoped that he would be able to get it Friday, but it's gonna be Monday. So I'm gonna get up very very early Monday, as he will be starting 7 a.m. and that means we're gonna leave home 6 a.m. So yeah, that's the thing. But at least I will be able to sleep on the way in. And then the good thing about it is that at least it's not gonna take me as long getting home, because I am going to drive opposite of the rush hour, so that's good. I'm sure he has done some already, but it might be worth telling his new employer in case that old manager tries to stir up things. Oh, they know, they know. They didn't care. He was upfront about it, so there's nothing there. Um, And that's always a good thing because he is working in a specialized area as electrician, so they know each other, all of them, so it's the rumors travels fast. And but they were very, very keen to get him. And he had a phone call first, and they were like, oh, can we get to can you stop by today, because we really want to talk to you. So he did, and they did actually bring the contract with them, so they were ready to hire him on the spot. So that is amazing news. So yeah, so he got some working clothes and stuff with him home, and the rest he's getting on Monday. So yeah, and then the union has sent a response to the old employer. To their response, the union sent a response and telling them that um, they actually made a claim on some. They wanted them to pay some money to, you know, um, to pay for wrongful firing and all that. So we will see. They have 8 days, and that means next week they need to come up with an answer, or we will go to court. And the union kind of said to them that they would um, encourage them to make a settlement with him slash them. So because the other solution would be very, very expensive for them. So we will see what they will come up with. Um, and the response they sent to that, the representative from the union said it was a really bad response. There was nothing, facts in it. It was just wishy-washy, and it had nothing really uh, good in that. So we're hopeful in that sense too. So hopefully we'll all settle in a month or so. That would be nice, and that would bring some balance back to the house and the home. So yeah, and my stepson is still doing good. He's still recovering. As he said, he is blue and yellow and orange and all the colors above. He's like one big bruise, but he's still doing good, so that's good news too. So yeah, so it's actually all good and dandy. When it comes to that, I am still really busy at my work, and today we have been when I came back from my winter holiday, we had changed computers and IT system. I foretell pens and paintings soon on the horizon for PS. My magic ball never fails. That might be. That might be. You never know, Bench. You never know. There might be a paint. There might be a pen or two coming soon to my table. Yeah, that might happen. Um, so I was on call today because my computer was really behaving strange, which is not surprising because that's kind of a thing every time, I think, when you try to implement a whole new system to the whole company. And it's not like we're not like 1,000, but we are 120 employees. So and a growing staff. So yeah, it's I was talking to them today, and the thing that always happens, something that you have that's just been coming up with an error or something, and whenever you show, then it works. I was like, dang, but but trust me, it didn't work yesterday. And it he said, well, don't it's okay. It happens to me all the time whenever I'm gonna show something for my manager that fails, and whenever I show him, then it doesn't fail. So, but long story short, I'm gonna have a new computer because the one I have is actually not big enough. Even though I got it 6 months ago or so, because it was for a different kind of system. So I think it's gonna be something with a laptop, a docking station. So as I said, as long as I get a laptop and it can run two monitors, I don't give it. It's quite okay for me. Um, so whatever solution you will come up with is okay as long as those two condition works. The thing that does not work for me at the moment is it's so slow, and I need to work. I have two monitors. Both monitors are like there's different things running, and I need to move things around, documents and stuff. And every time something happens, like I get a mail or something, it all kind of freezes up. So, and he says just because your computer is not big enough, I try to do a bit of stuff just to create a bit more room. But at the end of the day, it is really slow your computer, and I see what you mean, and this is why. So yeah, I just have to be patient, and that's not easy for me when it comes to computers. For me, computers just need to react when I tell them to react. So that was the whole thing. Monday was really like Monday for me. My computer froze up, it wouldn't work probably, I couldn't do what I used to do, and it was a thing. And so it was a good thing my husband came home and said he got a new job. That kind of, made all the other things less painful. Um, but yeah, I'm not good at things like that. I have it with the cars and with the computers, I don't care. It just work. Like when I go out and I put the key in the ignition and start the car, it's just gonna start. I don't wanna have a fight trying to start the car. So it's like with the computer, it's just need to start and work. I don't care how. So um but I can tell you, I am still really trying to fight to find the balance after these weeks that has been like an on off, a lot of things going on, and it's a struggle getting back. I think I'm still really tired, and I get exhausted really quick. So I'm trying to do things that makes me happy, and I'm trying not to get too bothered with the fact that I can actually. I'm only able to sit to do diamond painting for a shorter period of time than I usually do. But on the other hand, I've just been doing a bit more knitting and crocheting and playing PlayStation and do other stuff. So it's not like I haven't done anything at all. I just haven't done what I was planning to do. And my planning, even though it very rarely do stick, uh, I can't help but planning. So, and you should think by now I should be used to the fact that there will usually come something that will change the plans, but and I am kind of used to it. I'm just not good at it, and I'm probably never gonna be good at it. So I have been doing a bit of cross stitching, and the part I'm doing is a lot of confetti, which is a new challenge for me. Because how do I do that without having a lot of starts and stops? And I actually think I of course, I am doing a bit more, you know, um, starts and stops that I usually would do with if there's more color blocking, but I am kind of trying to work around it and still maintain the feeling that I get most out of the floss. So hopefully I won't run out of floss at the end. So it's moving along, and I am happy about that. So so I thought that why not just do some diamond painting today and get a bit more of this done. And then we're gonna do some scratch, I think, at the end, so I can finish the one I got started last time. And I am going to work a bit on outside the the scratch, what it tells me to, because they kind of printed it bad, and the scratch is a bit off, so you will see what I mean when I get to that point. um, my husband was on a long walk today and he saw a lot of deers, 11 of them, and they were actually approaching him, he said. But as soon as, because he told the dog to lay down so they couldn't see the dog, but suddenly the dog, he stood up and they were like, oh dog, boom, they were just were off. So yeah, he didn't react at that point on it, the dog. He's a bit at that point he is a bit stupid, my dog. He's not really that. The old one, he would be on it at immediately, but this one he's not. He's like, yeah, it's going to be kind of on his head, and then he will be on it. The old one, he sometimes when we were out in the forest with the old one, he would actually find the different kind of things for us, uh, and would be there was more hunting dog in him, I think. So the other one is more it's more a couch potato. He's more like just being in the couch. He's been in the couch for the whole day after that. He's just been laying in the couch and sleeping. I think it was really rough on him. So yeah, but it's been a while since he's been on that long walk with his dad. It's a we have different length we can go, or different routes we can take with the dog. Excuse me, in the area where it's shorter or longer. This is the longest we can go. I think it's about, what is it, 3 kilometers, 3 or 4 kilometers or so. Um, but and it's out to a lot of farm area and stuff. So it's really beautiful walk. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to go that long distance for a while. So, but we have some medium size distance we can I go with him. So I need to be really on my good. I do it sometimes in the summer because it's more my body's more cooperative cooperative in the summer than it is in the winter part. So yeah. But spring is coming and it's really shows everywhere here in where I live. You can hear it on the birds and flowers, and yeah, just on, when was that? The other night I was up, I think it was around midnight, and then I looked out the window. You know, when you kind of look out, not really look, but just you glance and then you walk on. And I was like, what the hell? This, it wasn't kind of a strange lighting out there. It looked different than usual. That's because it was snowing. I was like, snow? What the actual? So yeah, but it was gone in the morning, so there was no problem. It was the night between Tuesday and Wednesday, because I was like, oh bugger, I'm gonna go out and drive Wednesday morning, but it was all gone, and it was raining Wednesday morning. So I was good. I was good. So yeah. So Binge, are you working on your diamond painting, or are you just hanging out? And what are you all guys working on? Anyone up to something exciting coming upcoming week? Yeah, I'm painting along. Oh, that's so nice. I like that. I do that a lot too. Just hang out, do some diamond painting, you know, listen to some chit chats. That's the best way to chill out, I think. Unfortunately, usually I will be on Veranda's stream on Mondays to the Mondoodle, and I love being there. But I have been really exhausted, and he's been a bit late, so it's been only been a half an hour or so. But it's more than nothing, better than nothing, I think. So, but it's still like like Binge sometimes says that you just want to support some of your favorite streamers, and you feel kind of bad when you don't have the you just don't feel up to it, but you still want to. I really mean it and keep saying it, but the colors in this is stunning. Every section is a joy. Oh yeah, I get you. I mean, when last time you were doing it on stream, it was so amazing, the colors, and it can kind of lift your whole mood, not mute, but mood when you work with happy colors. You can get really happy and light in your mind. Like when you work with the dark colors, they can drag you a bit down in the mood. So it's really good to have be able to work with both things. Go, here's diamonds, going to work now, but been working on my 5,000 piece puzzle. 5,000. Oh, that's a lot, heroes. That's a lot. I think I don't think I have worked on puzzles beyond 2,000. That was my limit. And I thought that was really a lot to me. So I couldn't work on that. But so I'm really always filled with awe when people do that. It's like, oh, wow. So have a good day at work, or good work, um, not day, time on work. You know what I mean. So, so yeah, the weekend is just around the corner, and that is a good thing. Um, because that means I'm going out to the horses one of these days, and that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. I was actually just, sometimes just you might not have the money for it, but for me anyway, I really enjoy just browse for stuff, and also when it comes to like travel destinations, I like just to browse a bit around, see what are the prices, what do you get today, where can I go from where we live, and I was like, um, if it at all is going to be possible, we are going to have, because for the past, for the longest time, we haven't had any real summer holiday, my husband and I. It's always been like, you know, things has happened and then we haven't. And we haven't even been on a honeymoon. So if things works out to in our favor, I think we're going to try and plan either to go on a travel, or we're going to, you know, rent a luxurious summer house, where we can have the dog with us, and stay there for a week or two, in our summer holiday, um, in Denmark. So it's gonna be either the one or the other, I think. Um, if things are going to work out as we're really hoping it they will. So we kind of need it in a way, I think. And it's not like it is kind of a, you know, trying to escape things from home, but sometimes change of scenery can do a lot for you, I think. um like when you sometimes when you meet people you that does not know anything about you, and that, for instance, that is one of the things I really like, about going out where the horses are. I am there for the horses. There's nothing, no doubt about that. But also the fact that people that comes there does not know me for anything but the horse. So we're here talking about the horses and maybe about dogs, but nothing but that. And that's really sometimes I think, you know, so uh, relaxing, and you don't have to think about what people think of you or whether your decisions were right or wrong. You can just be for the time you're there, and I really like that. You know, just sometimes the thing you have going on in your life can be so draining, emotional draining, that just go out and be with people that know nothing about what's going on in your home really can just be liberating, I think. Anyway, for me it is, and then I come home and I can meet all I need to meet head on, without any hesitation. So I enjoy that balance in that thing very much. This Monday, which was a really, yeah, I had a bad day Monday. To be honest, just really a bad day. And of course, that day I get a mail from one of the managers, our team leaders, and it was just not very nice. And usually I would just, you know, brush it off because it's kind of the way she is. And I have been, I have been saying it not to her but to my boss, so he can kind of have that conversation. Also because in the beginning, I didn't know if it was me, you know, maybe I was too sensitive, or, you know, you can be a bit like, oh, is it me? Is there something wrong? Or taking it too much in, face value. And he said, at that point, he said, no, it was not me. And I think he's gone a bit numb about it, because he when I talked with one of the other team, no, the manager for the whole region, she was like, oh, don't mind the mail we got in Monday. It was not you. It was not personal, meant for you. So don't don't get upset about it. It's quite okay. I'm gonna talk with her again about how to write these mails, and sometimes you need to just take a deep breath, and whatever you have, you whatever feel you feel like, at that moment, maybe just wait, have a deep breath, count to 10, and don't send it. And not every emotion you feel you need to tell your surroundings, and that's kind of a message about it. So I was like, okay, I was really grateful she said it, because yeah, I had a bad day Monday, um, and her saying Wednesday that I was just, don't mind her, was really uplifting in a way. So I could kind of do the brush up and be a brush off and be like, okay, it's not me. I don't have to, focus on that. It's not me who's on the wrong here. So that was really really nice in a way, and I was able to move on. Um, and I really like that about the whole group of uh, team leaders and region managers, that in all, as a group, they're really well, but also as individuals, they really high qualified, and also are good at um, being, present, but also be like paying attention to whatever goes through the mail. Sometimes can affect people in different ways, and there's nothing wrong with my manager or boss. It's just that he has so much to he needs to pay attention to. So this is just a thing that he is kind of, I think he's kind of, as I say, getting a bit numb about it, or getting used to it. So he's not paying that much attention, and kind of forgets that other might do. So because when I said it, he was like, oh yeah, that's right. He didn't really think that much about it, but it had been a problem, and she has been like they have had um, a meeting with the person that did this, and they're going to help her, and talk to her about her behavior online, on mails, and apparently overall uh, attitude or behavioral thing she needs to adjust a bit. So it's all good. I just like the fact that I did, I was recognized in that thing, and it wasn't a big thing. It was not like something big conflict or anything, but it would be something that in if you don't um you know address it, it could be a thing later on. It would just be piling up in a book, and then you would, at when that book is filled, you will just open the book, and it would just be like like Harry Potter when he opens a book and a face comes out. It's like the same thing. You open a book and suddenly, surprise, all garbage and all things are pouring out of the book. So that's a good thing. I am just looking at I don't. I think it might be my computer. There's a bit. I do have. As I said, I do have an old computer. It's not. It's not too happy about all the things I'm running, but I think we're getting it. Oops. So I hope I did put up. Honest, my plan was to every time I have been through a Thursday, Friday, and Sunday stream, I was gonna on Mondays. I'm going. My plan is to do an export, put them on YouTube. And what did I do Monday? I forgot all about it. That was kind of Monday was for me. I forgot all about it, and I just today was like, oh shoot, I think I forgot about it. So I put it up today. I luckily I remembered. So because if I can risk that it's lose them because they are deleted after I think it's 8 days or so. But yeah, so but they are up, and I really need to pull my get my. I need to get my act together and put a bit more up on the gallery at least. I have been recording a bit more, so I actually have 4 or 5 small video snatch I can put up. But it's not just that. I really need to. I need to get into the room, and when I'm in the other end of the house, there's a lot of other things I need to do. So yeah, but I feel bad about it every time I go to my YouTube. It's like, oh yeah, shoot, I need to. Um, but my community is growing still, slowly and steadily, in there too. So it's not like I'm losing anyone on it apparently. Um, and from what I can see, it actually does give it English sublines. So you can put that on. Also on the Sunday, on the Danish part, the first part, they're not completely accurate, but close enough, I think, for the most part. So, so that's if you're curious about what we're talking about on the Sunday stream, it is possible on the bot to put subtitles on, I think, and then I can do it anyway, and it's English subtitles, and it looks as it is an automatic thing. It's not something I have written. It will kind of try and translate what I say. Yeah. So it's. I think there might be things that will not make sense in the translation, but you can get an overall, I think, understanding of what's going on. And at least it's just for an hour, so you can always uh, go ahead and jump through past that hour and then just start on from the when I start the other one. And maybe I should do it. I can't do that now, I think, but if I at one point I am going to get a new computer, and when it does, I will do a bit of editing, so I can do a bit of editing in the bot, so I can make like some marks. This is the first hour mark, for instance, on this Sunday, so you can just jump directly to the English part, so you don't have to try and find where things ends and starts and all that. So yeah, probably gonna happen when I when I retire and have nothing else to do. Oh man, so many plans and so little time sometimes. It's a thing. It's a whole thing. But I'm happy. I will say to, and I know I said it before, but I'm gonna repeat it because it actually means a lot to me. I'm really, really happy that I moved the live streaming on my Sundays to Twitch. Um, and uh, for 2 reasons. One, because even though I might not um and even though, let's just say it hasn't happened yet, but should that be a Sunday was just me on the first part, it doesn't feel that way. And usually some of my some of you still stops by and say hi. So, and if I'm all alone in there and it's just me, I will speak either English if it's only one from the international, and of course Danish if one of the homies is stopping by. But that's one thing. I wouldn't mind sitting there for an hour because I know there's more people stopping by than there are on the YouTube. And two, I feel like that even though I'm getting really tired at the end of my stream on Sundays, um, I still feel it's worth it. I feel like when I'm at the end, I have had an amazing time, no matter how tired I am. Um, and for the rest of the stream, usually all the usual gang, I would say, are stopping by at one point or the other. And that's just enough for me. If someone's stopping by, saying hi, doing diamond painting or whatever with me, you have a bit of chit chat, and then you just, sit and work. And either listen to me or yeah, do the thing. So I really like that, and I appreciate that a lot. And I really am grateful for the people that are stopping by, no matter how long they are there for, but just for the fact that I was be able to uh, the small community I had on YouTube, that most of them actually just one by one are coming in and see what this is. I like that. I really like that a lot. So, and it was not on my chat. I was on Pig Abuse, I think. Yeah, I think it was on Pig Abuse chat stream. I was on. We were talking about books, and um, we were talking about dragons and all that. I was like, okay, and it suddenly felt just the really urge to read slash listen to some English audiobooks. My problem in that is that I can't at the moment. I can't read. I don't. I'm it's too rough on me to read in English at the moment. Especially because a lot of the books I have are a bit more heavy English reading, so they're not like popular. What you can say, the in 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 the easygoing or easy reading. So I was like, I'm gonna see if I can find something on my app where I have access to all these audiobooks. Usually, it's on most of it is in Danish, and I usually find Danish books there. But they do have English books too. So what I did was I actually found one of my favorite books and authors in English, and I am I am just taking it all in because this is actually the book is about it's about a private investigator, and the cases him and his partner are working on, but all of it is in partly in London, but he's from Scotland, and the one who is reading the book has that whole Scottish accent with him. So I am just eating it all up. I'm like, I just love it. I enjoyed so much because it it makes so much sense. I mean, you can't do that in Danish. You can't read that with the Scottish accent, with the whole thing. So and he can, just because it is English, so he can change it from Scotland and can take, oh now, so then he was more like, oh, it was Cornish, or now he's in London, and so he can make that change, and he can give each character their own voice, and because it is in English, it's like if it was a Danish book happening here in Denmark, it would make so much sense that hey, Bao, how are you doing? Hang on. So it would just, it would just make, so like if it was in Denmark, one who's living in Copenhagen sounds different than one who's living in Jutland, for instance. So then you would make the two different dialects, and that's the kind of the same. The book is called this. The book I'm listening to is called Blood, and it is by Robert Galbraith. Galbraith. Hang on, I am going to write that in the chat because that was only one way that could go wrong. He has. Oh, it's a she. Because it's a pseudonym. Hang on. Um. Yeah, it's a series and it's not. She's written one, two, three, four, five, six. I think actually I have seven on my Danish. I have six on my English list. Um, but they're all like individual, but they are still like it's the same characters that go through the whole, all of the books, and you follow their life developing. And it is actually that author is the same that has written. It is J.K. Rowling, so she's writing these on a pseudonym. So it's a they're really good. I think I really like them. I like them a lot in Danish, but I absolutely are over the moon them about listening them to them in the English version. Um, Very short. It is. Yeah, the first one is called The Cuckoo's Calling, and it's called the whole title is The Cuckoo's Calling, Common Strikes, Book 1. I can write it in the chat. Yeah, it's the same, Gina. Cuckoo's Calling, and then common strike, book 1. So that is the whole title of the first book, and then this, I have 7 books on my Danish list. There's 6 on my English. So I guess it's just because I haven't got the last one yet in the English version. And it is, you follow Common Strike and his partner, which is she starts as a temp work at his office, and he's like a private detective, trying to survive in the beginning anyway. And it's just really good read. I believe I really like it. It's a bit, it has some gruesomeness in it, blood and gore, but it's not over the moon. It's not like, but it's really well written. I think to my liking anyway. So yeah, I have I have oh, I'm excited. Found it on Audible. Is the one you're listening to, read by Robert Glenister. Yeah, I think he's doing all of them actually. Yeah, he is reading all of them. And actually, I was looking. Another reason I was looking for these books was because I wanted something to listen to when I am trying to fall asleep. It can be a bit of a battle for me sometimes, and if I listen to Danish books, I really have to pay attention to. It's not gonna be too dark or too much, horror or something, because then it's gonna affect my dreams. So, but actually, when I listen to it in English, it does take a different turn. Any who has the app Libby in States, they have the author. Oh, okay. I like when they are consistent with the narrator too. Yeah, me too. Me too. So it was really like I've actually it was something I was just gonna relax and listen to when I get to bed. That was the initial thing about it, but I have been listening to them most of the day. So yeah, um, and to me anyway, and I think this is different and a personal thing, preference and all that, but to me, the way he is reading and the way it's written, it makes a lot of I can make the pictures. I can see how the different characters are. I have never been to Scotland, so I don't know. I've been to London, but never to Scotland, and so kind of just have some fragments of pictures, and then the rest of it is just pure fantasy imagination for me. But it makes so much sense because it is written, in my opinion, so well, so I can build the pictures myself. But I know that one of the books, and some of the criticism that has been on the Danish part anyway, has been because some of them has had not the first ones, but one of the last ones especially was a lot of he says she says more than the characters talking, and or more like a reference style. So it maybe some of it, one of them might not be the best one, but I think overall, I'm just a fan of them. I don't mind the way it changes a bit in how it's written, because I think it kind of supports the story. We are blessed with some talented crime authors in Scotland, but my city has an event each year where they all come together on stage and read to fans and speak about upcoming books. Oh, nice, Bench. Yeah, to be honest, Bench, I did think of you when I heard it. It was like, oh, that reminds me of. But just that's just I think like if you hear something about Denmark, you would probably think of me. It's that way. So no, nothing creepy. Don't worry, nothing creepy. Just to make things. I wonder why this is doing this actually. I think I'm gonna try and do it. Wow, that sounds like so much fun. Yeah. So many reasons I need to go and visit Scotland, I think. But Scotland is one of the countries my husband wants to go to too. He wants to go and see the tattoo. But I mean, Scotland is more than a tattoo. Although I'd be afraid they might see me and be like, "Ooh, he'd make a good weird character." Well, I think we all are in that kind of danger zone, Bao, to be honest. Maybe some more when they talk to us, and some maybe more when they look at us. But I think in a way we all are in that danger zone. So please, if you read it, please let me know what you think. And it's okay not to be agreeing with me if you don't like it on something. It's okay. If you like paranormal, check out Kristen Feehan. She really good. Hmm. Let's see if I have her here. My Danish app. Oh yeah, I do have her. Dark Prince. And they are in English also. Are there any one of them you would recommend, or are they all equal good? Gina? Or should I just put all of them on my bookshelf? On my electronic bookshelf? Or is there someone you think need to start with that one? That makes most sense. And then just move on. She made a lot of books, I can see. Oh my. Wow. If you do decide to come to Scotland though, BS, don't stay all the time in the central belt, go north. Oh yeah, I think she's a lot different series. Yeah, it looks like that. So, but it's just sometimes you have a preference when you have an author you really like. They can have a whole, you know, a whole lot, they 100 books, but you would recommend to start in this end of it, especially when there's a lot of books. Gina. Oh, about writing that down too. Love finding new. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna do like this. I'm follow, and then I'm gonna mark one of them. Oh, and it's good long. It's a good long ones too. Oh, they're here. Dark series. Oh, it's romance too. Oh, that way. Okay. I'm just getting all caught up in all this. Do you know the website Goodreads? It will also give you reviews of different authors. No, she's a lot different series. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I think I'm just gonna go with one. So far, it looks like the ones I have access to here are under a category, or they have the tax romance. Uh, let's see. Hmm. And dark and horror. Fantasy, horror, love, vampires, adventures with a tax on this one. Maybe I should just go with that one. I'm gonna bookmark that one. Dark Prince. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Also, you should check out BookTube on YouTube. It's a great community. That too. If you like dark crime thought, I'd say try out some of Karen Slaughter's books. I am addicted to them. I have actually tried Karen Slaughter's books, but I'm, it's still up to debate what I think about them. I think in a way I am a bit of, strange, or it's not all, because she's a very popular old author here too. Um, but she's not talking to me like, um, and that can have something to do with translation. Um, Sometimes things get a bit lost, can get a little bit lost in the translations. So okay, I need to get off this because now I'm getting all caught up in books here. Oh man, what did I start now? It's my own fault. It's absolutely my own fault. I'm just gonna see if, because I think I read something of it. I tried to at one point, and then I was like, okay, this is not for me now. But yeah, okay. Maybe I should try and pick that up again. I'm gonna bookmark that too. Okay, I have enough for now on my Mofibo. If you like Scottish crime or that vibe, I have a local author. In fact, he's married to my uncle ex-wife, but Stuart McBride, really good and grim. Okay. Ooh, that sounds nice. Another author I'll recommend Julia Garwood. She has family series that includes a FBI series. Well, I think I'm gonna go with what I have so far, and then I will come back to you if I read. Now I know what to do if I ever should need inspiration to read something. You know, I can just ask you guys. This was just like when this was just like when you tuck in one string and it all unravels. I just said one word. Oh, that is so cool. Thanks for that, guys. Thanks for the inspiration. Amazing. Well, only reason I got into diamond painting was so I could consume more books. It is one of the best things just to put something in your ears and listen to audiobooks and just get engulfed in that while you diamond paint or do whatever. I also did it when I needed. It was amazing. So yeah, it's a really good thing to get your ears occupied. And to me, sometimes it is the best if I have a lot of things going on in my life, just to catch that break in between where you just want to not think of all the other things. Then it's amazing to put an audiobook on and just listen to it. Before it wasn't a thing you could have on your phone. I had I borrowed CDs on the library uh, with some of my favorite authors. Um, so yeah, and then I remember when I was living with my ex husband, and I don't know why this memory is so clear because I just remember I had this small CD player that could where there was a radio in, and it was standing on my kitchen table, and I was cooking dinner and I was listening to this audiobook with one of my really all time favorite author. Is called Yan Liu, and he's a Swedish journalist who has written some really amazing books. And my favorite ones are the one that is about Hamilton, which is a Swedish spy, Swedish version of James Bond. So, and this series he has made about him is just amazing. And the one who's reading them is also he has a really good voice, and it's just memories that's so clear to me. Just me making dinner and listening to this. Um, Later on, I not there, but in my life, another thing was just to make dinner and have a one of my favorite crime series running on the telly while I'm cooking. That is another thing. And that actually I had in my first apartment where I lived. I had like it was like a long kitchen, and from the stove, I could see the I could see the television from where I stood, and I could at least listen to it. So I could actually kind of watch telly while I was cooking. Now I recall it. Yeah, that's right. Because it was just one long room actually. It was just like the line of sight was just one line, long room. It was not that big of apartment, but it was just the feeling of it, that me standing in the kitchen and I could just watch the telly. It just was just perfect where it stood. I could just see telly while I was cooking. Yeah, that's right. Hmm. Yeah, so many things has happened since then. Oh well. And then on my YouTube, uh, I have kind of periods where I watch either sometimes I watch streams on my tablet, and sometimes I watch YouTube's videos, and I don't know why. It's kind of it doesn't have, it's not anything special, or there's not a special reason why I watch it. I have two things I watch at the moment. One is a guy who has a channel where he um, helps a shelter by sitting with dogs. And I just stumbled upon this, and it's just I really love the way he handles the dogs and all that. But the other thing is, the other channel, and I don't think it's one channel. It's just random, but it's the videos for me here. It's like when you watch like Real Housewife of Beverly Hills or some of these, um, uh, you know, things where it's a lot of drama going on, and and I'm like, not like I don't have anything going on in my life. Maybe I have so much, and I'm like, I need some more. But this is just videos about all kinds of people where they are like going over the line, where they crosses the line from what's reasonable. And it's not only women, it's also men, it's young and it's old. It's just where you like when people get some of them where you think, okay, you're talking to the cops, should you just relax and be like, okay, you are here, you decide, like, but they're so caught up in their own story, their own mind, that they can't really you know, snap out of it. That's one thing. The other thing is some of them, especially the young ones, yeah, cans and cans. I just yeah. Yeah, I'm like I'm a little, the reason why I don't call them cans and cans is because I really don't like the labels, but if you say that, everyone knows what I mean. Now I try to say it in another way so people knew what I meant anyway. But because to me, Karens and Kens are like adults, like they should know better. But some of these are young people, like early 20s, from 70, 18 up till mid 20s. These young ones that, are like it's so clear they're so used to getting their way. If they can kind of either keep saying the same thing and people get tired of them and like give in, or they try to make an argument and make their case, and usually people would get, give in to that because like, oh, okay, I don't want to argue with you, okay, you get your way. um and it's like they don't really realize that that's not how it always works out in real life. This may work at home with your adults or your partner, but it does not work that way in the real life where there's other people. And if sometimes you need to listen to what they say instead of be so caught up in your own story. And that's actually what I see. And I think it's because I have like my social worker glasses on that I sometimes find them a bit interesting, and I get caught up in that. So that's what I've been. I would say today I haven't because I was so caught up in that book. So maybe it's a good thing I got a break from those videos. Um, I'm always when I reflect on it afterwards, when I see these videos, and I often I will talk with my husband about it, I do get a bit, conflicted about it, or I feel like there's a bit of a dilemma because sometimes these I can see it, and I'm a bit because sometimes some of these people are actually they have a mental problem or an emotional problem, and it I'm like, okay, maybe they should have been on the internet, but you know it is what it is. It's like we have this reality series here that was called Young Moms. I don't know if they run it anywhere else in the world, but they don't run it here anymore. But they had it one time. They had this young series called Young Moms, and I think I saw one season of it, and I think I can't remember if they run eight season maybe. Um, but or four. That no, never mind. It doesn't matter. But there more than one season anyway. Um, and in in the beginning when I saw it, I was like a bit entertained about it because I was like, well, they said some very funny things or they took some really stupid decisions. But they were like they were like kids themselves, some of them, and the help they should get from the adult in their world was, or their life was not maybe not that good, and some of them didn't have an adult. um and then I mentioned it because it was actually going, um I think they were running while I was studied to be social worker. So I talked to my um, my what do you call that, guidance, study guidance, study mentor. I had mentor. I would call her mentor more. And she said, well, she said she had seen them too, but she always got a bit sad because um, some of them got really like they were put on the spot and they were not capable of knowing the consequence because they didn't have the mental or the emotional or the maturity to know what the consequence or what it would mean when they were like you on put on that on TV like that. And I really it made me reflect on it. It's like, okay, maybe I should be a bit more critic about what I see when it comes to that. Um, because and then I was at that point working as an intern with actually that not young moms but young people that was that had a lot of trouble in their life and were going through a lot of things, and it made me see the other side in a different way. So I could see where she came from. My mentor was like, okay, so it makes a lot of sense to me. So when I see these videos today, I always remember this conversation we have, and I'm like, some of them should be adults, not like when they're my age. I'm like, hey, you need to come the f down because you are an adult. You should know better. But some of the very young people, I like more where it's so clear that they this is a behavior that they have learned because their parents or the ones that should learn them how to behave haven't really done it. Sadly, in most cases with younger crowd, it comes down to the two things. I saw one where I was like, I was a bit in, it could be there could be more things in this, but the behaviors he had was so childish. Being told that they are special and and good everything, and not hearing the word no often as a child. Good at everything, yeah, and not hearing the no often as a child. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Benj, in this one. Um, and I think on top of that is another thing is the young, and I can see this in my own young ones, um, my step kids, because we have raised, not we but as a generation are raising and has been raising kids that are usually they are taught how to do an argument. They are in all, all angle, all way. There's it's so rare to meet kids today that gets this sentence because I tell you to. Usually they will get the more like approach. What do you think? What do you like? What do you want? And if they don't want, oh, that's okay. But is there something else I can do for you? Like that whole approach. And I mean, you can do that to some extent, but there is a limit. And I think there must be a balance between having a regime that's where they where the parents are the dictators and they're kind of telling you what to do in all the way, and the other in the other end of the scale where there's like the where I think a lot of parents are today, where they're offering everything to this children this kid until and then they hope like that they would hit something at once instead of being like, and this is children down to 2 and 3 of age, be like, if you don't want to, don't want to, but then don't offer them something else. Then they must find out. Then use your imagination, use your fantasy. Here's some paper, do whatever, figure out what to do with it. But instead of, if you don't want the paper, oh, can I give you something to drink? Oh, can I give you something to eat? Oh, do you want a teddy bear and stuff? But let the kids itself find out. But they don't, because a lot of parents today are feeling bad because they work a lot, because and they, they need to earn to the new car, to the new couch, to new whatever, and they kind of forget that they can't buy everything. That is one thing. Another thing is they are teaching their kid that this is the way we live. That there's nothing that is out of bounds. There's nothing you can't get. You can get everything. You just need money. And but they are not teaching the kids to work for the money. They're teaching the kids that just can get everything. So, and if they can't work for them, they're just gonna take a loan, a quick loan. That's how they teach them here in Denmark anyway. A lot of them. So we do have a lot of young people in the 20s, between 20 and 30, that has an enormous amount of debts because they just take one loan after the another, and it is for traveling, it is for clothes, it is for makeup, it is for personal grooming stuff. It's not just for food for survive. It's not that. It's for all luxury and good things. It's for the latest iPhone. It's for the latest tablets, computer. You know, whatever you want, you can get because you just need a loan. It's just gonna take you 5 minutes. Then you have 200,000 kroners, or it's not big of a deal, but it's big of a deal because it's to a high rent, and you're gonna pay this loan back in a 3 times when you're done. Um, and suddenly whatever work you have is not enough to pay off rent, and so it's a slippery slope. But I think I think that what I see in these videos, at least, is that um, a lot of these young ones uh, have been they have learned that a certain behavior will give them everything. So if they're just behaving in a certain way, the people around them will give in just to keep them quiet. Because this is young ones, but it's not like kids. It's not toddlers. This is people that are from 16, 17 till 30s, that will be kicking and screaming and crying and whatever. And some of them really, what is like, this is like looking at a toddler just in a grown person's body. And I think that is a bit scary, to be honest. That people are like, that you can be so convinced that this behavior will make other people do what you want. Because the minute they get what they want, they can just change in with a snap of finger. Agreed, I feel it's okay to explain, but also to have expectations that they have to compromise and don't always get everything. At the beach, I told my kids to get out of the water, and they did. For my niece, it was a 30-minute conversation. She was blue by the time she decided herself to get out. Yeah, I know what you mean, Val. I mean, my stepkids, they in our house, in our home, there has been rules, lines, limits, and of course also some freedom. So it's not like they have been. It's not slavery they have been, but they have been told this is where the limits are. It's not all of a discussion when you are 5 years old or you're 7 years old. It's not everything you can discuss. Sometimes it's just this is how it is, and that's because I say it. Because I have been asked why, like because I say so. That's it. I'm not gonna justify myself to you. I mean, your kid, 7 years, I decide. So, but it's like people, the parents today they are so keen, and they want to please these young ones so much, the kids so much, that they don't dare to take the conflict. But I mean, it's people. It's a human being growing, developing. They will try and push your boundaries. even if you don't have, there will be at one point, you will reach a boundary. Um, and you will reach it well. I have said to our kids, you need to respect your mom. You need to talk nicely to it. You can't use that language. They have never been disrespectful to me or to my husband, but they have to their mom. Cause why should they? If there had been a shark, she'd been eaten. Sometimes it's dangerous. Yeah, and that's why sometimes the discussion is just off the table. It's not up to discussion. It's just do what I say and do it now. I mean, if a kid is about to step out on the road and there's a car coming, you can't discuss whether it's a good idea or not. I mean, no, it's not like don't do it because just don't do it. So you're absolutely right, Bob. So and I mean, uh, I think one of the most, not, yeah, in a way frightened. It's not frightened like in dangerous, but it's one of the situations where I really was like, what in the world is going on? The whole world is coming to an end because I was watching, not watching, I was listening to a 19-year-old calling his mom the worst letter in the books. I mean, all of it. All of it. And I was like, it's your mom? I was like, how in the world? I mean, I know I'm not supposed to slap, but I will tell you, they will know that I can slap with my eyes. um, and she was just taking it in. I was like, say something to your kid. It wasn't. I couldn't say anything because it was not my meeting. But it was so loud you could hear it on the hallway. So it's like, what the? First of all, I was like, I was just passing the door. I was like, what the hell is going on? And I asked one of my colleagues. She said, yeah, it's mom and son. And I was like, but that's a grown ass son. That one. Yeah, and that's the thing. It is so much easier to tell off a kid that is 3 or 4 years old. Say, this is the limit, this is the line, and if you can't accept it, then that at that point you can take them and carry them into their room and say, you stay here until I tell you. Otherwise, for instance, or you can remove them from a dangerous situation. But when it's a kid that's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, you can't do that. They're big. The kids today are big. so so you can't do anything. And when I was working as a social worker, I had one of my cases where a young girl, she was 14, she was 13 when I got the case, and so she turned 14 during the time I was working as a social worker, and she was, I mean, she was a very outgoing in her body language, let's say that. She was not introvert, she was extrovert, and she was loud, she was screaming, she was arms and legs everywhere. If she knew that could frighten people off, she would do it. She would do drugs, she would drink, she would do every. It was like, I mean, that was kind of my my first case. I was like, oh my god. And actually, when you were sitting and talking with her, my first meeting with her, she was really an intelligent young girl. And I was so puzzled by what happened. Um, what I learned later was that the grown ups in her home didn't know how to solve conflicts. So their way of doing that would be yelling at each other, shouting really loud, slamming the doors, and then there would just be this eerie silence until someone broke down and caved. So that's how she learned how to do a conflict. And she was removed from the home and she needed to a restart on all parameters, all the way wrong. Not just emotionally, she got help, but she also needed a restart on how to behave, just in general. She need to get clean in all senses, and it was a mess, and she had a long way. She had court dates. She was in court with me because she didn't hit me, but she threatened me with a hit, and that is against the law because I was working for the in a official position, so you can't threaten me unpunished. And she did both in a verbal and a physical way. So yeah, I know from former colleagues that she's doing much better today, but it was a long, hard way she had to go to get around to a more normal life. Da-da-da. I'm just getting into the teen years with my 12, and I'm a little worried. Yeah. um, is it a boy or girl? Bao? I mean, teens are just overall, they are, they are a chapter for itself. I mean, it's hormones, it's growing, it's the brain is under construction, nothing is working, and they can't remember anything, and they sleep all day. And glad to hear she's doing better. I have two boys. Okay. Well, yeah, she is doing better. Just to close that one, she is doing better, and she is actually last time I heard she was working on starting or do over on the school thing. So she's trying to come back to life and be a part of the society and be a to function in that sense. So yeah. Uh, you have two boys. I think just now I just assume a lot of things, and it's just I'm just talking about the boys. I have had three step boys. One from my step husband, my step my ex husband, and the two I have now. And the two I have now, one is getting is turning 18 this year, and the other one is turning 21. That's awesome, and I'd imagine it feels good that you got to play a part in that. Absolutely, and I learned a lot of things in that process. And that's I do miss my work as a social worker. I do that. I do wish I miss that a lot, but I can't do that unfortunately because of my own physical situation. So yeah, but that was absolutely one of the reasons why I started to be a social worker when I did, was to have these kind of process with human beings where you start at one point, and hopefully all the work you put in it at one point will help them to move on and get a better life at the end of the day. So um I think overall one of the things I have learned is that if you put the work you put in the kids when they're small is the one that pays off when they get teens, because when they are teens they will for the most part be a mess, depending on their overall what temper they have. If they are very silent human beings, it can be a good thing if they're used to talk to you, or have you as a support system. They might not need that as much as if they are used to, if they as a person is more like express themselves a lot in feelings, then it might be a good thing just to, have the talk every now and then, and just keep a foot in the puddle, and be like, okay, I'm here. Just remind them I'm here. uh Try and guide them as good as you can. There's no there's no book about how to be the perfect parent. That does not exist. The kids does not come with an instruction on their back on how to do this. And so all you at the end of the day, all you can do is cross your fingers that you do the right thing. I think if you try, if you have put a lot of work in, as we talked about, there's things you're not supposed to discuss. And if they, for the most part, have been listening to what you say when they were younger, they will have that with them when they get older. And then just be, they're still young. Even though they get into their teens when they're 13, 14, they're still kids. And especially the boys are kids a bit longer time because they are a bit behind in maturity. Um, I think one thing is just to keep the lines open. So if they're used to, if they know they can come to you when they need help, just remind them of that. um, be a bit, be a lot cautious about what you allow them to do. I think in a way, I think the hardest part today is when you are getting to be that evil person, that evil parent that say no, and say no, you can't go to that party, you have to go to school tomorrow, for instance, or you have to be home at a certain time. um I think it is important to support them in the right for them to say no to others, for instance. And if they ever feel they're pressured to something, they need to tell you and come home and have that conversation. um so that whole being there, be the parent to say no, but also be the one saying, if you feel like you're pressured to something, come home and I will help you get off that pressure, or that pressure off you. Because they are entering an age where they are very easy, what you could affected by others' opinions. They are formed by the groups they are attending. So if they are with people that see the world in a certain way, they will adapt that um, opinion. So I just need to head off now, but I hope you have a good stream and catch you next time. It's so okay, Binge. Have a good rest of your day, and I hope you will get some rest and all that. And just keep in touch. You can always write to me if there's anything you want or need to get off your chest. Um, you know where I am, and we will see you when we will see you. Take care. So I think that in a way that this, I get why you get nervous about it, and I have been there myself. The whole thing when they're kind of getting more and more out and less home, and you want to still have that line in them, um, and you can't shelter them for the rest of their life. I know that. And with my older stepson, just had a car accident last week. It was a very clear example of that. That sometimes things happen even if you try to teach them to be careful. Um, and some things they need to learn themselves, and we have told him numerous times that he shouldn't drive that fast, it's gonna end badly, and it did. Luckily it was just a solo thing, so he didn't, it was no other got hurt but him. And all he got was actually bruises. He didn't break anything, and he was home from the hospital the next day. But he got learned something, and he know that he was very very lucky that day. That there was absolutely a guardian angel that kept him safe, because he was not supposed to survive that car accident he had. But just saying that we can't shelter them forever, but we can try and influence them as much as we can when they are under our wings, and your kids are still very young in that, um, so I think that depending on who you are as a parent and what you have done in the past, um, it's a balance in that where you have to be present, but also have to be sometimes present from the distance, depending on when they're out of the home and stuff like that. And just be like, if, for instance, if you have had a, now I would say like this, we had at one point with our kids that they could go to, for instance, party at the school last school day. But if it was like, if they had exams, and this was because the youngest one had, I was like, I don't think it's a good idea that you're going to the party because of the exams. After the exams, you can do as you please. So I'm gonna say no, and he was not very pleased with that no. But when I said, but listen, I'm not saying you're never going to go to any party. I'm just saying that after the exams, uh, and still having the the limits, the lines. So even when he went out, I was like, okay, you need to be home for midnight. No, if you're not, we will be worried about it, because when they are this age, when they get these 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, they are there where you can say, if you don't do it, this is how I will react to it. So that is a good thing about your boys are getting older, is actually that you can now start and say, if you stay away and don't uh, do as we agreed. One thing is, there's gonna be a while until you do it again. Two is, I'm getting so worried because the world out there is dangerous. So I would be worrying that you will be having an accident or something. So I think that the age they're approaching is also good, because you can actually explain these things for them. It might not immediately be like they remember, but they will kind of, it will be implemented over time. So yeah, but teens overall, it's under construction. So don't think that they remember everything you say. Just know that it will still be it will be saved on the hard disk and saved for later. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy, and they will have maybe some emotional, they can have a crush on someone that they don't want to tell you, that makes them more or less, inclined to talk to you, and you will have to back off and be like, okay, then I will just have to wait and see what is coming. So yeah, it's a tough balance. It's a tough balance. It's so much easier with the small ones. You can just say no. Nope. I think it's so much easier with the small ones. Because when they do get bigger, get older, sometimes they will ask for an explanation of why you say no. You can't just say because I tell you to. So yeah, I hope you can use a little of it as an inspiration or something to go with as you go along in that journey. And two boys, save up, okay? Because they're gonna eat you out of the house. Just telling you. Just listen to Miss Coffee with her Orion, what he is eating. So, so you having two? Oh no, you have a third on the way, and that's a boy too? Oh my god, Bao. Hmm. But a third on the way, at least it's not like very close to the other two. Gonna need another job, or maybe I can grow my own crops. Yeah. And maybe have a couple of cattle in the backyard or something so you can get some meat every now and then. I know my husband, they are three brothers, and he told me, because they're like, the, the two of them are kind of close, and then my husband was like the the very spoiled little brother who came after some years. I think it's 11 years between the first and the last something. So, but at one point they all lived at home, all of three of them, and he told me that the mom, when she made lunch boxes for them in the morning, and she had the whole kitchen table filled with bread and all sorts of things. It was like because they were eating like you know no, they could eat one whole bread for themselves almost, like, yeah, they were boys. And that being said, I will say that when I was a kid, my mom usually said to me, Pia, you eat like a grown up. So it's not just boys who can eat a lot. I ate a lot. I think girls can do it too. I usually I usually joke about it and say it's because I starved when I was a baby. So because I was at a children's home, so that's why I eat a lot in one sitting. I don't think that's the truth, but it's a theory. Um, I like food, but what I have learned is that Korean people, just in general, as a if you're out there, they Korean people like food. I discovered that here in Denmark when I was to a gathering where there was a lot of adoptees from Korea, plus some Korean that from some was visiting from Korea to Denmark, and the love for food I have in my genes. I will say we all of us ate like we. I was like, oh, finally I can see some. I'm with people that actually eat like me as much as I do. So, yeah. it's not very ladylike to eat like that, but it's just honestly, it's just how it is. But and I will say that has that's a validated. I love it. Yeah. I mean, it's okay when you are young. It's not so good when you're older, you know. So I am actually I'm actually taking some supplements to curb my appetite just a bit, so I'm not eating as much in one sitting. So I'm actually trying to to behave myself, but it's a hard process because a lot of it is in my head, you know. So it's not some of it is not about how hungry I am. It's more like I love the food, and it's not like um I love food no matter if I'm sad, happy, or anything. I would say if I'm really stressed out, I actually don't eat that much. So if I am in a good place and I'm happy and I'm, you know, then I can eat like hell. I mean, seriously. Um, just because I'm so good. Ooh, I love it. But we were at a gathering event, and there was some young ones. They were like in the 20s, I think, boys, and then me and some other ones. And these boys, my husband, he was almost. I was like, don't look at them so much, because they were eating like, you know. But he has never seen anyone eat rice and seaweed and meat in a bowl, I think, and then they put. Did they put something on too? I can't remember. But that rice was like it just disappeared like in an instant movement. That went really fast. And he was and when he looked at me, he's like, now I know why you eat like you do. It's a genetic thing. Yep. It's just who we are, I think. So, but it does taste good. It does taste good. I think I will always have like that thing for food, but I have always have a good appetite just in general, and I could eat a lot actually. And if I couldn't, I was like then I knew I was, you know, I was about to get sick or something because yeah. So usually that is also how we measure how bad off I am. If I have really bad pain, I'm not eating as much. I can still have an appetite, but it's very limited. And if of course I have a fever or something, I'm really not eating anything. Then my husband is worried. If I'm like I'm not feeling like eating, he will be really looking at me like he can X-ray me and see how are you doing. So he's, are you okay? No, I'm not feeling too well. Oh, okay, okay. And then he will, for instance, it could be at breakfast. I would say I'm not feeling too well. I'm not having anything. Okay, that he will be like okay, that he can kind of just, you know, accept, move on. And then for lunch he will go again. um, can I fix you something for lunch? And if I'm again like, no, I'm not really hungry, then he will be like lifting an eyebrow and side eye me like, hmm. So and if again I'm not feeling well at dinner, he would be like, okay, are you running a fever or something? Cause now you haven't ate for anything for the whole day. Did you drink anything? Like, I usually will keep my balance, my hydration up, but yeah. But eating, he will be really concerned if I'm not eating anything. So, yeah, that's me. Me and food. And my boss, we have the company I work in. We have it's birthday here Wednesday next week. So I was gonna we were talking about what to we were gonna have a small gathering, just the people who are working in the administration. So that would be 9 people or so. So like, okay, but we're gonna have something to eat. And then he said, we're gonna have some cake. It might not be uh, caramel, but because I saw how you liked it when we were out eating with all the others in January, and I was like, well, yeah, I like creme caramel. It's not that often I get it, so, but he said, yeah, but it looks like it was really big size. Yeah, it was a decent size. I didn't eat it all. Creme caramel is like you eat and then suddenly, to me anyway, it could get too sweet. But in the beginning, it's just, I think it was because they put some fresh berries on top, and when I ran out of them, it kind of gotten too sweet, I think. But then I have also eaten. I had eaten, I think, over half of it, so it was okay. I was like, I really didn't want to not, but I couldn't. And I have in that, we have already gone, lunch, so it was just for dessert. So yeah, and when we were gonna um, have it, we were ordering. The waiter said, but we are not serving that until dinner time. So that would be first in the evening. I was like, oh, but then we don't know what, and we couldn't really figure it out what we wanted and anything. And he says like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna ask the chef if you want to do the creme caramel for you, cause maybe you never know. So he came back and said he will do the two portions of it. Oh yay! So yeah, and I mean we had already ordered food and drinks and all that for the party of what was we yeah, we were 9 or 12 people at that point, so yeah, I mean it was, we are when we are out in that way with the company, it's not, we're not doing like really crazy expensive, but the places we're going are still, it's not McDonald's. So we are going on the nicer restaurants. So we are having like two meetings a year. The one is a pure social gathering where we are going out to have something nice to eat, and just to be gathered, because in everyday work we are scattered all over. So just to see each other, and because we are like growing as a company, so that could be new faces coming, and that can be someone who's leaving, and so just to get eyes on each other. And then the other meeting we're having after the summer holiday, it's more like a working meeting where we will be talking about what's going on, if there's anything in the administration just in general we need to address, or what is in the card for the future and all that. So yeah, and just a general talk also about what each of us is facing, challenges and all that. So yeah, that's a good way. So we are one of the company is divided in teams, or the organization. So we are one of the smaller teams, and we are not having, because we have an office where we will meet just in random. um so we don't need to get together every month. We don't have materials for meeting like that, and just because a lot of things are already has procedures and stuff like that, and are running smoothly. So it was more in the beginning we had a need for that, and we managed to not do it anyway. So where some of the other teams they have in on a basic, I think it's 20 years that's in the budget for them, 20 meetings in a year. So our 2 meetings, or 3 meetings, um, we can do a bit more. We don't. The other ones are not always with the lunch. They could be with some breakfast or just some coffee or some cake. And we can do a bit more on the when we are gathered to something. So that is nice. So yeah, it's a good workplace. I am. They are good, just as organization, but they're also good in the organization. The leaders there, I think. Okay. What is the time saying? 10:20. I think I'm just gonna do the scratch. And I think I'm gonna get this ready first for the next section, and then we're gonna go do some angel cards. It's Thursday, so it's the big ones. So that I'm gonna get ready for, and then we're gonna do scratch the rest of the stream. And if I am done before I usually end, we will see what I will do. Either I'm gonna do some coloring or some of the other scratch thing I have. We'll see. Oh yeah, maybe I should just. That was what I. Last time when I did this row up here, I was kind of. I thought it was. Usually I would do 5 lines, but I only did 4, and I think it was because I kind of placed the cover paper a bit high over the glue line, so it kind of fit with just 4, but I actually think it's 5. I usually do. We're gonna do with 5 anyway. But that also means that I'm gonna do like this. I saw Miss Coffee put up a video about the kitting up process, and she did a bit run through different containers, but what I thought was a bit funny, because he said it might be a mess in the rest of her crafty things and life and stuff chaos, but with her diamond painting she had a lot of organization, and it was really structured, and the way she did when she kitted up was a lot like the way I do it, and I thought I was unique with my brain kind of demanded me to do it that way, but apparently not. Apparently not. We're gonna go on this. Yeah. It's because she was, sorting the bags with the drills in, the heat seal bags. She was doing a Diamond Art Club picture, or kitting that up. And I always do that. I always sort the heat seal bags out in DMC order after the DMC number. And that's because it will correspond with the way the labels are made. So that's my way of, try and keep a bit of structure. So if I get distracted or sidetracked, I will know if I kind of, take the wrong back for the wrong, or the wrong label or wrong number, or if I jump over something, if I kind of take, a bag of color and it's not corresponding with the label, I know something is wrong. So, and that was, it hit me like, I thought, it's like, oh, I thought I was unique with that, but I'm not. I am not at all. It kind of surprised me a bit. Um, and it reminded me that I need to do a couple. I need to do these. I want to do videos, my tips and, I'm calling mine tips and tricks. And they are in Danish about containers, pens, and trays. Just because it's like the basic tools, and I have them already, but they're from when I started my YouTube channel, and I have acquired a couple of other things since then. So it might be a bit more relevant to have like a newer video. And I think actually with the new one, it will cover me for, 3 years more, and then I will see if I'm gonna do again, or I'm just gonna leave it with that. So yeah. So I know I'm not like getting done really much on this, but I'm getting a bit done. And on the other hand, we get to talk a lot too, and I really enjoy that. And I appreciate it a lot that we can have these conversation of different things going on, both in my life and just in general, and I like that. And yeah, when I do that, then I don't diamond paint as much. I admit that. So that is why I often will have even though the other picture is a 70 by 90, the one that is I'm doing on my A1 light pad, I am a bit further on with that one because I'm doing that when I have an audiobook in my ears. So, or when I am listening to another streamer. So that's just the difference, Whoops. So, just gonna put these things away. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna swap this over here. I'm gonna take these. I am gonna move this. Let's go to the other side. I need the additional light I have, I need it from the other side because I'm left-handed. So otherwise I'm gonna make a shadow for myself and I can't see what I'm working on. And then it's like, don't bother. Yeah, good. Good. So, if anyone wants a card, this is now, we are here at this point. Whoops, this. So, if this is first time you're here, what you do is you give me a number between 1 and 40, and I will count it up to the number you've given me. And when you reach the number, I will turn the card, and on the card will say, for instance, here says understanding, and I will read from the book. So I'm not like interpreting or anything on the cards. It's purely what the card tells you, how it looks, and what is in the book. And the book is just an inspiration for a way to look at the card. So it's just a bit of fun and a break from whatever I'm doing, and like a transition from one thing to another. So it's not more. It's nothing but that. It's just a bit of fun. And the illustration on these cards are made by Josephine Wall. So if you know her, she makes some really beautiful pictures, and she had a collaboration with Diamond Art Club at one point where she did all the zodiac signs. I have made my own, my husband's, and one more. My intention was I wanted to do the Leo, but it sold out before I got aware that it was there. So yeah. So I'm just gonna go here and divide this. Oops. This keep coming up. Go away. Go away. Okay, Ula says 10. So this is how we do it. 1. This is how we do it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Intention, it says. Let's see. And just information is, I might have a bit of chat with Ula when I'm done with this picture, and it's just because Ula can have a bit of difficulty in getting everything I say in English. So if there's anything she does not get, I will just take a brief talk with her in Danish, just so you know. That's what I'm doing. I'm not kind of trying to talk behind your backs or anything. It's not that. That's not what's going on. So, intention, Ulla. Let's see what it says. The process of achieving your desires begins with intention. Setting an intention is an expression of your needs. Whether you want to create more income, better relationships, to become more spiritually attuned, or be more loving, all of your dreams and desires begin with intention. Intention plants the seeds of manifestation that bring your wishes to life. This spark in your awareness and can pertain to your health, your feelings, as well as material desires. Your intentions will grow and thrive when you are actively mindful of them. An intention is more energized when it comes from your inner knowing and is for your highest and best good. Worry or a feeling of lack will keep the very thing you long for at a distance. Stay calm and release your doubts as well as the doubts of others. Once you have set an intention, allow the power of God, the universe, or whatever you deem a higher power to begin fulfilling your desire. Trust that the vast wisdom of the universe can orchestrate the delivery of your desire. You are not in charge of how your wish will come to completion. It will happen at the perfect time in the ideal manner. Set your intentions and opportunities will arise that have the potential to become your new reality rather than just a passing thought. A beautiful woman rides atop a shell over an expansive landscape. Her gaze is captured by the light of the morning star. Far below her are mountain ranges, rivers, lakes, and trees. Inside of the shell is an image of a lake. with a girl in a boat. A woman rides a unicorn in the shallows, and a man leads them from the water. The water in the shell is related to fragile emotions that may be housed within you. The star in the picture is about making a wish. Just as you blow out candles and make a wish on your birthday, take a moment now and wish for something you would like to bring to fruition. Affirmation: I am grateful for my awareness of my heart's desire and set intentions with those desires in mind. Okay, that was a beautiful card. A beautiful, beautiful one. It really is. Um, what I like about Josephine Ward is she always have a lot of details in her pictures, and I remember from the pictures I already done that some of them actually, when you work with them or work on them, a lot of the details are like even clearer than they are on the picture. So it's like some of the things that might be one of the pictures that might be like there were faces on it that I couldn't see the face on the picture, on the label for instance, but I could see it when I was working with the picture, and afterwards it was quite clear. It's it's really aligned with what I was thinking of today. What I was wishing on today. I was thinking on it. Oh, perfect, Ula. So you actually just got confirmed that what you were doing today was the right thing. That is perfect card. Okay. So we will see what will come along tomorrow. Usually, actually, because tomorrow I am giving the opportunity of you can get a smaller card, which is in Danish, and often the card today and the card tomorrow are a lot aligned. Even though I just mix them like you saw me do it now, and I don't decide what number people are choosing, so it is quite random actually, but in a good way, I think. Okay, I feel like a bit more distance maybe. Zoom it up just a bit. Yeah. So, because we're gonna work on this one. And I was a bit sad when I worked on it last time because it was a bit off, and it looks a bit strange. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove some of the blacks that shouldn't be removed, but just because it looks really strange, I think when I'm close, when I'm just looking at it, and that bothers me a bit. So we can remove that because I actually think that it's gonna be much prettier when I do this. Hopefully, it's gonna be a bit more faint thing, but it looks really strange when you look at it. Cause so it was supposed to be like the lines on the eyes. So at that so this should have been black, for instance. I'm gonna put it closer here. Look. So this should have been black, and this should have been black. But here, and the same should be here, but actually the black is up here and the line is down here. So that means that all this should have been just moved a bit down. So I'm just gonna remove it, and then it's gonna be, Unfortunately, it's not going to be as nice in that way, but I think otherwise it's going to look even more stupid, to be honest. And that does annoy me a bit, but I can't do anything about it but just correct it by removing it. I'm removing it, and then I'm just gonna have to live with the fact that it looks a bit awkward, but better than if the black are there, because the black does, it makes it look really strange. It was also, there was also here, down here was two blacks that should be like nostrils, but they were sitting like here and here, so the whole shape of the nose looks strange. So I think this is a better solution, to be honest. Unfortunately, because it's very clear when you look at it, it was never the intention. So, but that's just too bad. That's how it turned out. Mm, I'm not liking. Come on, come on. Maybe I should do this. I'm trying to make the line as small or the mark so small as possible, and to give it like the same way as you would draw it, so it won't go across, it won't be a circle, but it's not like letting me really do that. That's annoying me a bit, just a bit. don't think I can avoid what I want to avoid, so I might as well just do it with the one that gets it off as easy. At least I'm trying. I'm trying to do it with as light a hand as possible. Bao, you will tell me what you think about the book if you listen to it or read it, won't you? I'm really curious whether it's just me that thinks that is that thinks what I think about it, or or if others have like the same, hear the same as I do. Definitely. Cool. Thanks. Okay, it wasn't too bad, but still a bit more marks than I would love, but that's not gonna change. I can't do anything about that. That was face. But I will allow her to keep her eyebrows, I think. So we're gonna do the rest. But I can still see that it's a bit off. It should have been moved just a bit to this side, because I can see it too with the fingers that there's a bit of shadow that shouldn't be there, but I don't think it's that much on the camera. Hopefully it won't take too much of the overall impression. You know? I see there's a bit of shadow on the finger that is kind of bit off, but that will just have to be like this picture's bit of a quirk. But if you look beside that, that it's a bit, maybe a bit shadow the wrong place, I actually think it's quite nice. Finished up work, going to head out. Thanks for all the advice. Made my afternoon much more enjoyable. You're so welcome, Bao, and I am happy we could keep you company. Thank you. On your work. So have a good trip home and have a nice rest of your day. Thanks for being here. And you are more than welcome. And just if you need anything else, advice about anything I can help you with, you are more than welcome to ask another day. And you are always welcome to stop by. and let me be your background noise for your work. Take care. Bye. Yeah. This is the easy part. But it is like, I feel like it's like when you build a house, there's so many details that is going on before you put roof on and windows in. But it's only when you do that it seems like you're building a house, right? So, but there's been lots and lots of things going on before you do that. So I feel it's like this is the same. That when you do these things by when I remove these with the arms and all that, that's kind of the last thing, but it really gives the picture a lot, even though all of the other things also give the picture a lot. So it's like I said with the other one, I could do without, but now I do it. I it gives so much meaning doing it. And I just need, with this one, I just need to ignore the fact that it's a bit off. There would be a bit color that would be like shining in to where it shouldn't. That's that's just too bad. That is just too bad. I can't do much about it right now anyway. I can't do much about it anyway. So and now it's like it's like when you cut hair, and if you keep cutting it, it will get short. So and that is kind of part of the art too, is know when to stop. Now it's not. The line is not supposed to be thinner. Hey, baby. What's up? What's up? Uh-huh. Ja, men du er en sød dreng. Jo, det er du. Du er en good boy. Du er en good boy. Du er en good boy. Du er en sød dreng. Jamen, det er du. Du er en sød dreng. Jamen, det er du. Vil du gerne op? Skal du have this? Hang on. Be right back. I'm just gonna let him out. Or whatever he needs. Okay. I'm back. Yeah. It wasn't even usually it would because his dad gone to the toilet or or he gone to bed and he suddenly discovers he's all alone. But his dad was actually in the kitchen. It's just because he just I think just started moving and he's probably been like the thing is the dog is not like sitting and saying anything. He will just go to the door and then he will expect you to know that he's need to go out. And if not, he's going to get someone who can get the. So, if dad doesn't see me, mom will. I think it's out of that, like. So Ulla, you're right. In the sense that dad didn't see me, now mom will. And he's probably been like his dad has just been going right past by him. So it's not like he hasn't seen where he's gone. He was out in the kitchen and he was actually messing around with uh, the kitchen things. So it's not like he didn't hear him or didn't know. But I just think that it's like, but I know mom's gonna react. So, and he was right. His mom is reacting. As much as I enjoy the fact um, that I have like a pair of extra hands during the day with the dog and that, and really enjoying that I don't have to, you know, rush through my things to get it done so we can go out. That my husband would do it. I'm kind of looking forward to him going to work because the dog is still not sure what to do about all that. That dad is home that much. One thing is we can kind of get that, but he's been home for 2 weeks now. 2, 3 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and he's like, I think it's about time you do something there. So good thing that he will be doing something else. So Monday will be like something new is gonna happen, and that is me leaving home. So I would probably come home to a dog that's like, what are you doing home now? I thought you were leaving and letting me sleep in. Um, yeah, Ulla says that her dog is whining when he wants to go out, but mine is not saying anything. He's just sitting there and waiting. And then if no one is reacting, he will come and just be up in your face, and like he will try and talk to you without saying anything. But it's our own fault because I think we've been so focused on him not barking all day long thing. So we didn't teach him to say anything, and I kind of think that both of us kind of expected it would come by itself, but he's not. And if we accidentally lock him out in the garden, he won't say anything until he's been like standing there waiting for a long time. Then he will be coming with a small roof, and that's it. He won't be like, it's not like if there was a cat in garden or something, you will hear him. But or if someone is entering a driveway, you will hear him, but not when he's need to go out pee. He has not done anything inside, so um, he will be really, be pushing you all the time. And be up in your face like thing until you react. So it's not like he's just letting it go or be like, okay, then I'm just gonna pee on your floor, your own fault thing. He will do what he can, but just without saying it. He will just show. So when my dog will in of the gazebo door, he will sit on the pool. He will sit, so you have to practice walking very careful. Yeah, they can be like, you think sometimes you will be like, I think my dog is trying to make fun of me, set me up to fail. They can be very, very smart, maybe too smart sometimes, for their own good. My old dog, the one I had when I moved away, um, out of the first one I had when I lived out of my home, it was a mixed breed, and he when I got him, I had a boyfriend, and then we split up, and me and the dog moved into an apartment, and I biked with him. So whenever I needed to go downtown, I took the bike and the dog. At one point, I was at the pharmacy. I completely forgot. Um, he would put the paw on the lowest part of the door. Oh. Um, I completely forgot though. So I took my bike and I started, mounting the bike, and then I suddenly I heard like a roof, not a big bark, but just a bit of surprise, half, frightened bark. Like, what the hell are you doing, woman? And my dog was like, "What? Are you going anywhere without me?" Like, whoops, come here. So I immediately went back and picked up my dog. He was very happy to see me. Our old, the flat coated retriever we have before the one we have now, he really liked be in the car, and so if we went anywhere, we would take him if we at any point could. Um, it was a bit harder in the summer than it was in the winter, so so my husband sometimes would take him in the car if he went out grocery shopping, just to give me some peace at home. Um, so he would take the kids and he would take the dog, and sometimes he would take the dog even if we didn't have the kids. So just to I didn't have to. I could relax, and I didn't have to focus as much as I could just yeah, I could sleep. I do sleep a bit better if I know someone is home to look after the dog. It's not like look after, but just then I don't have to, kind of thing. So that was all good and dandy. So when he came home and he carried everything in and put it in place, and I was like, "Didn't you have a dog with you?" I think I said, "What did you do with the dog?" I think I went around the house and went back. What did you do with the dog? And he's like, "Oh shoot, he's still in the car." So the poor dog, he was just sitting out in the car looking. What the hell? But he wasn't barking. He was just looking. He's just sitting out in the car in the cage, like looking. Well, he will be coming and get me at one point. Oh, that is not gonna happen with the one we have now. He is whining and talking from the moment we reach um our city. He will be like, yeah, we won't forget him. And 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 and, and then um and that's not gonna happen at all at home, because he will make sure we will remember him, and it's more than enough that we leave him when we are out and about. So we're not gonna leave him in the car when we're home, that's for sure. And then we do take him in out of the car, and we let him run to the door. He will wait on the door, and then he will run in, and he will turn around and run out, and he will be like greeting us like we're coming home, and he has been home all the time. It's like, stupid dog, don't you think I know you just turned around in there? Oh, welcome home. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's my dog. It's not always too bright, I think. With some things. Some things he's very smart about. Some things he's not too bright. The old one, he could count. Because he would get 2 carrots whenever we come home with grocery things. So he would count to 2, and when he got 2 carrots, he would just go out and or go on his bed. The one we have now, he can't count. He would just keep on until we say it's enough. Yeah. My old dog loved go out with a car, but one day a motorbike came too close to the car, and he started bark off it so it should go away. And my hubby had, oh, accidentally laughed at him, so he never did. So he never did it again. Aw, yeah, those dogs. I mean, with some of my dogs, I'll be like, it's not my fault because he was a young dog when I got him, or he was a grown dog when I got him. But this one, I have to take full responsibility for all the bad things he is doing because have him since he was 12 weeks, 10, 12 weeks. So I can't like blame other than me. And I think one of the reasons that sometimes makes it a bit difficult to really, you know, be strict with these dogs is one because they're really soft in the temper, so they can be a bit, if you too harsh on them, you can make them really sad and make them don't want to work with you, kind of thing. So especially the old one, the one we have now are a bit more rough or a bit more tough in it, so still you have to be soft with him, but not as soft as the old one. He was really, if you raised your voice against him, he will look like you hit him, and he wouldn't come to you. And I think at one point when he was a puppy, or maybe a big puppy, I don't think someone hit him, but I think they were scolding him, and you can't scold these dogs because they can't. They're so soft in their mind that they will get really sad, and they will act like you really physical hit them. So we were actually, when we got him, the old one, we had to do a lot of just trust work, because he wouldn't come when he was out in the garden. He wouldn't come in, or he would, but he wouldn't come close to you. So we had a lot of work, and it did help. So I think the good thing about it is that he really wanted to. At the end of the day, he really wanted to. It's just that some people had gave him a reason not to trust humans, unfortunately. But that also can make it a bit hard, to do obedience training, or you really need to not laugh at them or give in, and that is hard. It's hard for me. It's you know with the German Shepherd, even though she was a softie too, but she was still a German Shepherd, and you needed to be firm, not violent or anything, but things when you were corrected her, you could talk in a firm voice, and you could shout at her without her being really sad. She didn't mind. That's good. Du har lukket formidling, ikke? So, so at that point, I think that the flatty is they, as I usually say, that my flat coated retriever dog are allowed to do much more than any of my other dogs has been allowed to do, just because to the fact that they are so soft, and so if I needed to, I could make them no matter what. That's the feeling I have. But I don't need to, I don't get in a situation where I feel I need to raise my voice, in that sense. I will say when I correct the one we have now, I am a bit more firm with him, and he will try and negotiate with me. For instance, if I ask him to lay down because he's driving me crazy, if it's close to eating time, and then he can be like a kid that's kind of sighing all the time, lying down, sigh, deep sigh, moving around. He's just never, you know, in 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 still. He will be moving around. Even when he was lying down, he was moving around. So then it got too much. I got really stressed out in my where I was sitting. So I was like, now it's enough. Go and lay down. And he knew exactly what I meant. So he actually, because he was lying down, but he was not relaxing. So I, so the, so just because I was a bit more firm in the voice, he was like, okay, I do know what you mean. So I'm just gonna go over here and lie down. And he did, and he fell asleep. You know. So it's like you can I will give a lot, and I will allow a lot, but one thing I can't have is a dog that is pacing or can't find peace. That's one thing that we'll have to learn quite quick. My first dog was one of the first thing that learned was actually to lay down and relax and be at peace, so to speak. So okay. So when your dog was little, a puppy and a young dog, he was food aggressive. So you had to train that a lot, but now he can. Yeah. I mean that's just because he's a dog from he was probably a puppy from in the top of the hierarchy, and that means if there were only two, he would be the one that's alpha. If there are 10, he will be among the first five, 3 to 5 dogs in the upper layer of the hierarchy. So yeah, it's a strong dog that from when they're puppy are protective of their food. So I think I'm going with the shoulders. We're starting with one shoulder, and then I think I'm gonna move from shoulder to neck to shoulder. Just so if I'm not, if I run out of time, um, I know where to start tomorrow because then I will be finishing this tomorrow. If I'm not finishing today, I'm finishing tomorrow. We believe that the one that had them could have only had one bowl with food, so they would have to fight over it. Um, Usually they will have one big bowl when they're small puppies and go from only mom's milk to uh, kibble food, a solid food. So that is not uncommon. And then they will actually get, when they get closer to the 8 weeks, they might get their own bowl, but in the beginning they will have like a, a one they share, just because the fact that even if you give them one each, if they are small puppies, they will just change around. I mean, they will not stay with one. They will go to each bowl. And if there's one big bowl filled with food, there will be less fighting, because there will just be whatever everyone gets. And of course, at the end of the day, it is the breeder. It is their responsibility to make sure that everyone gets what they need. But the fighting for food is very, healthy, because they have to establish the who is who. So that is not necessarily bad. And if you are not aware of you having, and that you're getting an alpha, or someone high in the higher end of the hierarchy, you will quite easy lose your leadership. Because your leadership is not only in the food, it's everywhere else too. And the stronger the puppy is in its mind, the more resourceful you are going to be in your way of showing your leadership and establishing that. And not everyone is aware of this, so that is why you can actually lose it before you even got it, meaning that it can be right from the get-go, from the day you get the dog, who, for instance, it is a leader that is saying, we're gonna sleep, we play, now we're gonna poop, whatever, now we're gonna eat, I eat first, you eat next, all those things, who is walking first out of the door or through doors. I think you're right. He was very stubborn as a puppy. He only wanted to be where he wanted to be. So we had to tell him that it wasn't him that was going to decide, and teach him. Yeah. I mean, to be quite frank, it's not a lot of people that know that, or recognize, or aware of that. It's actually something you need to claim as a puppy owner. If it's a puppy from mid to last in hierarchy, you will have more time, but you will still have to establish a leadership. But you will have more time, and you will. It will be more like it. You don't have to do it in everything. You can choose things to do, and then others you can let slide, so to speak. But it is if you allow it, one place, you allow it everywhere. And if you lose your leadership with one thing, you can potentially lose it everywhere. So and another thing people not often are thinking about is who is going first through doors, for instance. And it does not even have, with a puppy, it does not have to be out of the door, like out in the outside. It can be through the door that divides, for instance, where the puppy is to the next room. Who is deciding when we're going in there? The leader will always be the one to decide when we play, when we poop, when we eat, where we sleep, when we are greeting, who we're greeting. Um, so, and if you have a very strong puppy, you see, you very, very easy will, before you even know it, you will lose it. Because the most optimal thing would be that when you get the puppy, you will establish your leadership already at that point. And that could be, for instance, be like put the puppy on the back and be like, I decide you to be on the back, and you need to accept me putting you on the back, me looking at your feet, me looking in your ears. And it's like you have to look at like a layer thing, so every layer counts, and no layers can be alone. So even though you think that, oh well, it's okay that he don't have to, for instance, it's okay he's not deciding when we're gonna play. It's okay he will come with a toy. It's actually not okay, because it is a sign of dominance to be the one that always will instigate play. He can instigate it, but you will have to end it. And that means that sometimes he can come with a toy and you will be no, not now. And sometimes he will come with a toy and you'll be like, yeah, now. And sometimes you will come with a toy and say, now is time. So I was happy that it wasn't the first one we had, because we knew a bit about what to do with this one. Yeah. And that is a positive thing, that you potentially can learn something from every dog. Caesar says that, or he has a saying that says, you don't get the dog you want, you get the dog you need. Caesar Milan. So, and there's a big truth in that. I mean, the first dog I had, I learned a lot with that one. Um, because the only dogs I have trained was the one we had at home, and they were already, trained when I got my fingers in them. When I was taking them for walks and do all things without, whatever I could kind of, you know, do when I was out. It was actually already things they were able to do. I was not teaching, I was just maintaining. So the one I got when I got from home was the first one where I actually had to do some obedience training from the basics. So I learned a lot from him, uh, and that was in where it did change from using a chain as a collar to using treats or ball or whatever toy as motivation and as a positive reinforcement of whatever you wanted the dog to do. Um, So instead of yanking the chain or pulling the leash very hard, you would actually try and redirect with a treat or with a ball, and in that way make you more interested than whatever your dog were up to. So, and that is a slower way of doing it, because especially if you're working with a almost grown dog and a intact dog like mine were, I didn't know how much I would gain from, doing the castration or get the dog castrated, until I actually got it. And when I got it, he suddenly had enough focus or energy to do the play himself, that he really wanted to be with me. Before that, it was more like who was in heat of the female dogs and, you know out and about, where after he got castrated. And the only reason I did back then was because I was doing a lot, or trying to do a lot of competition in the obedience, and my dog was so easily sidetracked with all the female dogs around him. So to take that edge off him, I did the castration. Oh, I got it done by the vet. So we were in the forest with him. He wouldn't always come when we called, so we started hiding behind a tree, and he loved it. So he learned to be paying attention to us, and then he wouldn't run that far away. No. That's always a good maneuver, to walk away. Except if your dog is a full blown alpha leader, it might not care. But most dogs will try and find you because they want to be close to you. My first dog, his name was Baloo, a Baloo like from the Book of Jungle, and he was, as I say, the easiest way to describe it is he never learned his name. So he would only come if it pleased him. It got a bit easier when he got older and when he got castrated, but he never really got good at it. We could do it in the, when we were training and when we were competing. Men off work, so to speak, he would give me the finger, the dog way. If something was more interesting, and a lot of things were, he would just run for that. And he wouldn't, I could yell and I could scream, and he would just like, I can't hear you. So whenever I did walk him, and that's why one of the first thing I discovered was these long leashes. So when we were out in the open areas, I could still have him in leash, and he could still have a bit of freedom. So but he never got good at it. The one I have now, the moment I say his name, the only thing that can give him a bit hearing problem is if he can smell um, a cat has been by or something, he can be like sidetracked. But if we're out and about, and I'm only yelling his name once, and more than often I'm not yelling, I'm just saying it loud, and then he will come because he know that there can be a risk of me going a complete different way than we usually do. So 9 out of 10 times I will go one way, but the 10th time I will go a different way, and that's what he learned by now. So he will keep an eye on me. So he will be like, he will look up, and if I look like I really want him to come, he will come. If it's something very interesting. But more than the time, he will just come. Just for two things. One, he does not want to get too far away. Two, he will not risk of not getting a treat, So that is how food driven he is. So just for the up down chance that he won't get a treat, he will come, because then he will get a treat. So, but I have like, my approach for this is that it's always when we are out and about, my dog and I, there's always some training, there's always some practicing, um, and that came in handy when when it snows, and the road kind of loses the edges, and everything becomes one big surface. And it can be a bit hard for the dog to know one thing from the other. So what he did this winter was that there was a man who was out cleaning in front of his fence, and he looked at my dog, and my dog was like, he has, and I think it's just a breed thing, because it's like when people looks at him, it's like the same as saying his name. So the man looked at him, and my dog was like, oh, you yelled at me, did you call my name? And he was like in movement. So I just yelled no and stop, and my dog was like, oh, he stopped, and he looked at me, and I called him, and he came. So that was one of the situations where I was like, okay, this is where it shows, it pays off all of the hours you put in with being almost giving up sometimes, when it's like your dog does not get what you're saying. When we are in summer house, he would love to run off, so we have to. Oh, and he completely closes the ears. Yeah. I guess in the summer house there's so much scent of a lot of good things, and new scents, and I get that can be a bit hard for a dog that maybe have a bit more urge to go its own ways. Um, but I would say both the old one and this one, that with the flatties, is a really smart breed, and they are really good at listening overall. So even though they can have a high prey driven thing going on, You will, for the most part, be able to call them in. I have anyway. Uh, and that can be because they have had really good balance in the prey driven and not. So because there's always exceptions, there's always that one dog that no matter what you do will go, and you will not be able to call it in if it gets, the scent of whatever, a hair or whatever. So I mean, the old one, there was I think it was a hare he got the scent of on one of the fields, and I kind of just called him in. I think I used the whistle just to get him to listen, and then I called his name and he came. I would I would say that in the area where I live, it is not. The good thing is that we are not that close to big roads. There are big roads, and but they do have to run a good long stretch before they get to it. Of course, if they are really, you know, if the prey like keeps running that way, they can't, you can't call it off. They will run, but more than often they will give up because they run out of energy. Because most of our dogs are like, they are not. They don't have the stamina to do the long haul with a hunt for the prey. They're too much couch potatoes, I think. But again, if it is an active hunting dog you use in Sweden, for instance, and hunt for boars and bears, well, it will have the stamina, and it will potential risk to get to the road. But the normal Labrador Retriever that you use as a family dog will not. It will give up because it's too much of a hassle. And if you can't call it off, I mean, you can risk it getting killed because if it's a female deer with kids, they will go for the kill of whoever is threatening. If they feel really pressed, they will defend their kids. Our old dog got away when he could smell the female dog in nearby. Then he got castrated and he stayed home. Yeah, and a lot of people do, or dog owner do, have that experience with the castration and the male dogs, because it is the male dogs more than the females that tend to run off home just to get out and breed. Um, and my approach to this about sterilization and castration is, if you're not going to use your dog for breeding, why do you want an intact dog? Because you're not going to let it use it for whatever, for what its naturally is there for. Um, So if you want to prevent it to be frustrated, you really need to give it a lot of other things to think about. Oh, this has a shadow too. Oh man. This is really a unlucky picture, or what you could say. It's really just not good. Even the hummingbird here has a bit of a shadow, like it actually looks like she has a tattoo, so it's not that bad, but it is a bit bad anyway, because you can actually see it should, there was another intention with it. But that's actually the first time I experienced that. It's like the print on top really failed, and with these pictures here it actually do matter. So all of my dogs has been castrated and sterilized just to prevent them from being, challenged by hormones they're not gonna use for anything. I would say the female dog I had still had a kind of a heat period, but it was not, she was not bleeding, but she was just smelling differently, and it kind of collided with when all the other female dogs were in heat. So I guess that was what, you know, like she just smelled differently, but she had no reason for it. It was just kind of, it was just a hormone shift, I think. Um, with the male dogs, I would say that um, it gives a lot that they don't have to focus on breeding. They don't have to. They can still be like, she smells really nice or something. Especially if they are if they're grown up when you do castrate them, they will still have a memory, but about how it used to be. Um, but they will not act as much on it. I mean, I was training with another girl at one point, and her dog didn't eat or sleep for all the time the female dog in the area was in heat. I was like, why don't you get it, fixed? And she was like, yeah, but my husband don't want to. He says it's bad for the dog. I was like, well, it's a dog. It's not a human being. So if anything, you should try and deny your husband any kind of intimacy for the next year or two, and then say, what do you think our dog is feeling right now? That's kind of the same level. So more than often it is the male thing about, like, they do associate themselves with the dog, like, oh, that's bad for the dog because it's like if I got castrated. No, yeah, but no, because we don't, because you have a brain that can tell you not to, but the dog does not have it. It's pure instinct. Hopefully it's not pure instinct for you, because then you need to be castrated too. But you get what I mean. So I mean, it's yeah. Plus that if it were more common thing, we wouldn't have as many dogs that were strays, or unwanted litters that just get thrown in the rivers and whatnot. and then it would happen. Like with the cats, why don't, if you're not gonna breed your new cat, why don't you get it castrated or sterilized? Then you're more than sure that it's not gonna, you know, produce any more kittens. So, okay. It did turn out okay. It's not as beautiful as I could have hoped for, unfortunately, because the print is a bit off, but I can't do it better than this. So, and I think I'm just I'm just gonna remove all these teeny tiny dots. See what is still secure and it's not just something that is like this. Some of them seems like a bit static, so they're still hanging around even though they're loose. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it. So I did get to finish this. I'm kind of semi-satisfied. I am not really happy about it. I'm happy about that it's done, I would say, but I'm not happy about the result, and that is because it wasn't good. But I think it's probably more something I see because I'm having it up close and personal. Than probably anyone else. Just gonna remove these with baby wipes. So, and it's a good trick just to use baby wipes if you're doing these scratch boards or cards, because it is a bit of static, the residue, and they tend to hang around in things, and at the same time it's really like tiny teeny things, so if you kind of use a big brush or something or your hand, it will stick to that. So if not baby wipes, just a wet cloth. So this is the last part of the stream. I'm just gonna show on this, I think is the best, the result. Okay, I think that's it. maybe here. Yeah, like this. So I think you can see the whole thing there. We can zoom it out a bit more. Maybe get. There you go. Now you can see the whole picture. You won't see that many details, but you would at least see the whole picture. So, and I think when you see it like this, from this distance, like you were seeing it, it's not as bad as it is for me seeing it up close. Hopefully, I hope that is for you. So what you see is really beautiful and a good balanced picture. I can tell you it's not when you see it up close and personal. As I said, it's like the whole print, because it is like a layer first cardboard, then the layer with the color, and then the black, and then the print on top. And if they haven't marked it probably, it can shift a bit. And with this, where there's so small details on it, like the hummingbird and the eyes and the mouth and the nose, if that is shifted, let's just say 1 to 2 centimeters to one of the sides, it does make an impact on the picture. But the good thing is that it's very pastel colors, so it's not that obvious. And I would say when I look at it, it's kind of okay. It was worse when I kept the eyes with the black, because it was so like it's just not it didn't make sense. Here with this hummingbird, it's like I said, it's like she has a tattoo that's just like a color blob she has on her upper arm. um when I see it, I can see it. I can also see it here, but here it's like just a part of the flower that has a bit of a different color, so it's not that bad there either. So overall, it's an okay picture, but I'm still not happy about it. And that's maybe because I am a bit, it's gonna be either it's gonna work or not. This one was the other one I did, and I can take them side by side here. So on this one, I do actually have a bit of black in the lip here that kind of makes a bit of an opening in the mouth. And there is like for the nose and for the eyes, and because the whole print is more on point, um, it does make more sense. There is maybe a tiny shift in it, but it's not. It's in a way where it doesn't matter, because it's not where it's kind of. It's not so much that the nose, for instance, is out here, and it's like it was like that on this one. So the so for instance with the mouth has had a black thing like this one, but here the black was like sitting out here, and there was a bit of shadow down here, and it was like sitting way down on the here. So it didn't look good, so I removed it. So I think I'm gonna, one of these two are gonna be the next one. I think I'm going with the fish. So it's gonna be this one. It's gonna be this one. I'm going to put this one like here, so we can show off tomorrow. So I'm not sure I'm gonna start this tomorrow. I might be doing some cross stitch tomorrow after my diamond painting, or I might do diamond painting all stream long tomorrow, now that I finished this one today. I wanted to finish this one because it kind of bugged me that I was kind of so close and it's still not. So, okay, now I am done yapping for today. I am really tired. My eyes are really tired. Um, I am happy about what I did, even though some of it didn't quite got what I would. It didn't turn out like I wanted to, but it wasn't my fault. So, in that, with that in mind, I can. It's kind of I can cope with it, so to speak. Right? It's not that bad. It's more if I made a mistake, I can have a bit of a struggle coping with it. So. So I am going to work with this tomorrow for sure on stream. I think next week I'm gonna take my snow dragon and show how far I am and how it looks so far because it's really a beautiful picture. Um, and yeah, so that was all for today. Let's see. Do I have anything else I need to say before I stop stream? Just gonna clean up my act here. Okay. Thank you, all of you who stopped by and say hi, and for you who were lurking in the shadows. I appreciate all of you so much. Um, I had the most amazing stream today, also today. Hopefully, I will see a lot of you tomorrow. This will go up as a VOD on my YouTube channel next week. So if you don't catch me on the live, they will always be on the VOD and you will be able to see me there. Until hopefully see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock, same place, same time, if everything goes as planned. And again on Sunday, where I will be live from 3 o'clock till 7 o'clock ish, 7 ish o'clock. And yeah, so take care, all of you out there. Stay safe and yeah, be nice to each other. See you around Switzerland. Bye.